Hello, everyone, and welcome to Humboldt Crabs Baseball on the Road. We are at McBean Stadium in Lincoln, California, as your Humboldt Crabs take on the Lincoln Potters in Game 3 and the final game of this three-game series and the final game of this road trip. I'm Liam Warner. I'll be taking you through all of the action tonight. Well, the Crabs, it was a heartbreaking loss for them last night. I don't want to get into it too much because it's a new day and a new game, but Crabs were up 5-2 going into the bottom of the 8th inning, and then a disastrous 8th inning unfolded for the Crabs where they gave up 6 runs. Lincoln Potters ended up winning the game 8-5. So the great thing about baseball is it's an everyday sport. You don't have too much time to ruminate on losses like that. You get up the next day and you have to play another game, and so the Crabs are focused today on taking the series and securing a 500 road trip, which would be a very good thing given the caliber of the two teams in league that they've had to face. Let me give you the starting lineup for your Humboldt Crabs. As always, the starting lineups are sponsored by Compass Community Credit Union and the North Coast Co-op. For your Humboldt Crabs, leading off will be the third baseman, number 9, Keenan Morris. Batting second will be the center fielder, Timmy Reed. Batting third will be the left fielder, Cameron Sewell. Batting fourth will be a designated hitter, Adam Enyart. Batting fifth will be the second baseman, Houston Hirschkorn. Batting sixth will be the right fielder, Jacob Pappas. Batting seventh will be the first baseman, Tate Metcalf. Batting eighth will be the catcher, Kavana Soares. Batting ninth will be the shortstop, Michael Perazzo. And on the mound for the Crabs will be David Zazueta, the Crabs' usual Sunday starter. On the mound for the Lincoln Potters today is Eric Vassar, and he actually pitched 1 inning in relief last night, which is pretty unusual to have a guy pitch in relief and then be the starter the next day, but here he is. We assume maybe it's a bullpen game for the Potters. Left to right in the outfield for the Potters, Braden Sharp in left, Ethan Liao in center, Jake Lavin in right. Left to right in the infield, Ever Johnson at third, Brett Griffiths is at short, Ryan Lee at second, Ty McGraw at first, Ryan Villanueva is behind the plate, and we are just about ready to get started here in Lincoln. Final game of the 6-game road trip. Vassar gets set, and the first pitch of the ball game is in the dirt. It's 1-0. Now, again, as I've explained the last 2 nights, there is no dirt on the field at McBean Stadium. It is all brown turf. So when I say in the dirt, there is no actual dirt around home plate. All turf field, even the mound. 1-0 is sprayed foul off to the left and hits off of the top of the netting behind home plate and onto the tarp that covers the stands. 1-1. Keenan Morris' first at-bat in last night's ball game almost hit one out to left field, hit off the very top of the fence. Pitch to Morris, in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch sprayed foul off towards past the Crabs dugout down the third base line. And do it over 1-2. One-two pitch. He misses low, and it's 2-2. Fans aren't happy, and according to the TrackMan, it did miss just low, but it definitely could have been called a strike. The 2-2 fouled off to the left, and we'll do it again. 2-2, a great at bat by Keenan Morris to start this game. 'Keenan Morris has been a great leadoff hitter for the Crabs. He's gotten on base a lot. And it's been great in the infield as well. The 2-2 misses outside. Count goes full. 3-2. Keenan Morris coming in batting .361. 10 walks, 6 RBIs, 9 stolen bases. 3-2. This is outside, ball 4. And there's a walk for Keenan Morris. Lead off the game for the Crabs. And that's going to bring in Timmy Reed, who has caught fire in this series. Had a big RBI in Friday night's game to give the Crabs a 5-3 lead in the top of the 11th, and then hit a 2-run homer early in the game last night. Mr. Reed is in there for a called strike 0-1. That, at the time, made it 5-0. But unfortunately, things did not end well for the Crabs last night, as many of you know. Spin and throw to first, and Morris is back in safely. Another throw to first, and Morris is back in safely. Runner goes, the 0-1 is fouled straight back, and it's 0-2. And Keenan Morris would have had second stolen easily, and he'll have to return to first. Also, in addition to this Crabs game, I will be providing updates. Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Indiana Pacers, Oklahoma City Thunder. I'll have that halftime score in just a second. Pitch is low and inside, and it's 1-2, Timmy Reed. Pacers lead the Thunder 48-47 at halftime. Unfortunately, Tyrese Halliburton went down with a pretty severe leg injury early on in the game. 1-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. So, one away. That's going to bring in Cameron Sewell.
And there's your first rising zone strikeout. Visit us on Montreat Boulevard in Rockland and out of the park. Now batting for the Crabs, number 11, left fielder Cameron Sewell.
Sewell, so far this season, he's been outstanding. 13 games, coming in batting .380. Runner goes from first. The pitch is a strike, and the throw to second is going to get into center field, but backed up well by the center fielder. So it'll just be a steal of second for Keenan Morris. Crab in scoring position with 1 out. And I believe the pitch was called a strike, so it's 0-1. To Sewell. The Crabs scored in the first inning in each of the last 2 games in this series. Got 2 in the top of the first last night. The 0-1 is low, and it's 1-1. Cameron Sewell with a very nice, looks to be a pink bat. Morris goes to third, pitch is swung on and missed, the throw to third, and he is out. And I think Keenan Morris wants some sort of obstruction call, because it looked like he got tied up with the third baseman possibly. And now Robin Guyver is out there talking to the third base umpire, and he's not very happy. And I think they want some sort of obstruction call. And now the third base umpire is going to bring in the other 2 umpires, and we'll see what they rule. Looked like as Keenan Morris is going into third, something kind of tripped him up. It could have been the third baseman. we'll see what the umpires end up ruling. As they continue to have a conversation, I'll let you know that Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Baywood Golf and Country Club, and the ruling on the field is going to stay the same. So Keenan Morris is ruled out. It was a good throw by the catcher Villanueva. So a 1-2 count to Sewell with 2 outs. Yeah. 1-2 called, strike 3, and that's going to do it for the Crabs here in the top of the first. They fail to score. It's Crabs 0. Potters coming up in the bottom of the first inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball. Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, bottom of the first inning. It is Crabs 0, Potters coming up in the bottom of the first. Let me set the Crabs for you defensively. Left to right in the outfield for the Crabs. Cameron Sewell's in left. Timmy Reed's in center. Jacob Pappas is in right. Left to right in the infield. Keenan Morris is at third. Michael Perazo is at short. Houston Hirschhorn is at second. Tate Medikoff is at first. And Kavana Soares is behind the mound. Behind the plate, on the mound for the Crabs is the Crabs' usual Sunday starter, number 8, David Zazueta. And Zazueta so far on the season, this is his 4th start, 15 innings pitched. In those 15 innings, he's given up 6 hits, 6 runs. He's walked 13, struck out 18. He has a 3-0 record and a 3.60 ERA. This is by far the best team that he's faced so far this season in these Potters. Pitch is way high and outside to Ethan Liao, 1-0. Center fielder Ethan Liao is at the plate. Batting second will be the right fielder Jake Lavin. Batting third will be the first baseman Ty McGraw. The 1-0 pitch is up high, 2-0. Batting fourth for the Potters will be the designated hitter Adam Paniagua. Batting fifth will be the left fielder Braden Sharp. Batting sixth will be the second baseman Ryan Lee. Batting seventh will be the third baseman Everett Johnson. He has not played yet in this series. The 2-0 is swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Batting eighth will be the catcher Ryan Villanueva. The Crabs also have not seen him in this series yet. Batting ninth is the shortstop Brett Griffiths. He pinch hit in one of the last 2 games, I believe. 2-1 is in the dirt, did not even make it to home plate. 3-1. Nobody on base. Three-one is right as Zazueta on the mound. He knocks it down with his legs and then throws to first. 1 away. Heads up play by Zazueta. That ball was rocketed right at him. Looks to be all right. It's going to bring in Jake Lavin. Slavin is a slow grounder to the third base line. Morris, third baseman, comes in, picks it up, throws to first, and what a play. I mean, that's just normal for Keenan Morris. That's routine. For anybody else, that's a really incredible play. A swinging bunt down the third base line. Morris just ran in on it, and of course, as he always does, made it look easy. So 2 down. I'll bring in Ty McGraw. First pitch to McGraw, swung on and missed. It's 0-1. The one swung on and missed again. It's 0-2. Misses low and outside, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3. Nasty pitch from Zazueta. Great breaking ball, fooling McGraw pretty badly, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the first. We are scoreless between the Crabs and the Potters as we head to the top of the second inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, top of the second inning. Scoreless between the Crabs and the Potters. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by the Big Blue Cafe. Visit the Crabs' favorite, the Big Blue Cafe on the Plaza in Arcata. Serving breakfast and lunch all day. Welcome home to the Big Blue. And by Crestmark Millwork. Crestmark Millwork is a local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces since 1997. Crestmark is committed to promoting a healthy and productive society by investing in the relationships with our employees, local communities, suppliers, and customers. Due up for the Crabs, it will be Enyart, Hirschkorn, and Pappas. Adam Enyart, of course, one of the best hitters for the Crabs so far this season. Batting .339, 23 RBIs, that leads the team. 5 home runs, that also leads the team. First pitch to Enyart, poured right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1. 9 walks to add to that as well. And closed out the game on Friday night. 0-1 is in the dirt, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, misses inside, and it's 2-1. Broken bat. That's right back to the pitcher, Vassar. Underhands it to first. 1 away. I'll bring in Houston Hirschkorn. Hirschkorn so far, batting .263 in 6 games. 3 walks, 1 RBI. Mr. Hirschkorn is a high chopper down the third base line. Foul. 0-1. The 1 is a line drive right into center field for a base hit. So Hirschkorn with the 1-out single. First hit of the game for the Crabs, and that's going to bring in Jacob Pappas. Crabs wearing their traditional road uniforms, the blue tops, red numbering, red across the shoulders, the Humboldt on the front, white pants. First pitch to Pappas, and then for a called strike 0-1. The Potters wearing their other standard uniforms, baby blue with the orange numbering and lettering. Looks quite good, actually. 0-1 is swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. Oh, 2 misses low and outside, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch, a little looper into right field. The right fielder coming in, he can't see it. It's going to drop in front of him for a base hit. So a bloop hit for Pappas to make it first and second with 1 out. That's going to bring in Tate Medikoff, who has been designated the dog batter of the game tonight. If he strikes out, fans will get half price of a certain brand of beer. Medikoff is outside 1-0. Timmy Reed was named the dog batter of the game on Friday, and didn't go so well for the Potters after that. One-0 swung on and missed, and it's 1-1.
There we go. How about a couple more strikes now? Come on, let's hear it, Potter fans.
Vassar spins around and looks Hirschkorn back to second. Of course, every time the dog batter is up the plate, there's a bunch of dog barking noises over the PA. The 1-1 misses low and outside, 2-1. 2-1 pitch, misses low, count goes to 3-1. Inside ball 4. So the walk is going to load the bases. It's 1 out. Medikoff heads down to first. Good chance for the Crabs to jump out in front first. Kavanasaurus will be stepping into the box. Always good to score first, but Crabs have not had good luck with having leads here at McBean Stadium. Today's a new day, so hopefully they can reverse that trend should they have a lead late. This pitch to Soros is a ground ball right to the second baseman. Flip to the shortstop for one, on to first. Double play, and that's going to do it for the Crabs here in the top of the second. They failed to score. It is scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to McBean Stadium in Lincoln, bottom of the second inning. It is scoreless between the Crabs and the Potters. Due up for the Potters will be Paniagua, Sharp, and Lee against David Zazueta, making his usual Sunday start, this time on the road. And because of a kids game with the mascot where they ran around the bases, kind of delayed Zazueta's warm-up pitches before the start of the inning, so that we will get started a little later than usual because of that. They'll give me some time to let you know that Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Cypress Cove Cheese. Cypress Cove is the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese, including Humboldt Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country, proudly based in Arcata, California. Cypress Cove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypresscovecheese.com. There's nothing like that Humboldt Fog feeling. Also by Charleston Tree Services. We're here to help with your growing concerns. Our locally owned and operated family business has served homeowners and commercial property owners throughout Humboldt County since 2007. All right, just about ready to go here in the bottom of the second inning. Pitch to Paniagua is low and inside, 1-0. Pitch is in the dirt, it's 2-0. This pitch is popped up down the right field line. Chasing after is the first baseman, Hirschkorn. That will fall well out of play. 2-1. Is popped foul out of play down the right side again. It's 2-2. 2-2 is a high drive out to left center field. The center fielder, Reed, racing after it, and it's off the top of the fence. And Paniagua is going to cruise into second with the leadoff double. Thing was stung out to left center field, almost got out. It's hard to tell where it hit. It hit off one of the white billboards out there. Of course, with the white baseball, it made it hard to see, but I think it hit off the very top of the fence. All right, it's going to bring in Braden Sharp. Mr. Sharp is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. One is a chopper down the first base line, fielded by Medikov, but in foul territory. It's 0-2. 0-2 pitch is popped up in the infield and right over the shortstop, Michael Perazo, who makes the catch, one away. It's going to bring in Ryan Lee. All right, second, one out. Pitch to Lee way high and outside, 1-0. Good job by Kavana Soares, the catcher, to reach up and glove that one. Got away from Zazueta a bit. The 1-0. This is outside, and it's 2-0 to Ryan Lee. Time is called. The second baseman, Hirschkorn, going in to talk to Zazueta, and Kavana Soares going out there as well. I don't know. Maybe they're concerned about the signs or something like that. Two-0 is popped foul down the right side, now to play 2-1. Two-one swung on and missed. And it's 2-2. Two-two pitch. Just misses outside. Count goes full 3-2. Three-two is a ground ball right to third baseman Keaton Morris. Bounces off his chest. He gloves it, throws down to first, not in time. That was a good play by Keaton Morris, given that I think the sun is right in his eyes right now. And bounced off of his chest, and Got off a good throw to first, but was just not in time to get Lee. So infield single. Paniagua remains at second. First and second with one out. They'll bring in Everett Johnson. Mr. Johnson is fouled straight back, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on and missed. And it's 0-2. The 0-2, foul tipped at the plate. Do it again, 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch is in the dirt. Nice play by Soros to keep it in front of him, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch just misses outside, and it's 2-2. Two pitch is popped up down the first base line and out of play. Do it again, 2-2.
With Northwestern Mutual, helping you live your best life.
Two misses up high. Count goes full 3-2. Three-two swung on and missed, strike 3. Big strikeout for Zazueta. Runners remain at first and second now with 2 outs. He's going to bring in Ryan Villanueva. Now Kavanasaurus out to talk to Zazueta, his pitcher. In Oklahoma City, 6:54 left to go in the third quarter. The Thunder lead the Pacers 65-58. Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Of course, big story early in the game was Tyrese Halliburton going down with what likely is a Achilles injury. Back to the game here in Lincoln. First pitch to Villanueva. This is lone outside, 1-0. Oh no, swung on and missed. And it's 1-1. Villanueva has a baby blue bat that matches their jerseys tonight. The 1-1. Mrs. Lone, it's 2-1. And the next pitch is swung on and missed. It's 2-2. Two, low and inside, 3-2. Runners go. The 3-2 is popped up right to the shortstop, Peraza, who drifts out into shallow left center field and makes the catch. That's going to do it for the Potters here in bottom of the second innings as Wada gets out of some more trouble. It's scoreless as we head to the third. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back, top of the third inning. We are scoreless between the Humboldt Crabs and the Lincoln Potters. Due up for the Crabs, it will be Peraza, Morris, and Reed against Eric Vassar, the Potters starter. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union. Hey, Crabs fans, team sponsor Compass Community Credit Union is happy to point you towards a better banking experience. Visit their conveniently located branches in Arcata and Eureka or online at compassccu.org. That's compassccu.org. All right, both teams have 2 hits apiece. Pitch to Peraza way outside, sails past the catcher. 1-0. Obviously no one on base. Mrs. Lone outside, 2-0. Two-0 pitch is popped up left side of the infield. The shortstop ranging out into shallow left field. That's Griffiths who will make the catch, 1 away. I'll bring in the top of the order in Keenan Morris. Morris walked in the first at bat of the game for the Crabs. Stole second, and then was thrown out at third, and there was some argument from the Crabs as to whether the third baseman, Johnson, had obstructed his path. Pitches outside 1-0, at least I'm assuming. That's what the argument was about, but umpires conferred and Morris is ruled out anyway. One-0 is a line drive into right field. That's a base hit, and that's going to roll all the way to the track. Morris rounding first and slides into second with a one-out double as he gives the crab claws to the dugout. So Morris at second with one out. That'll bring in Timmy Reed. He's had some big hits in this series. There's a chance to drive in another one here. Reed shows bunt and misses at it, I believe. 0-1. One is outside, and it's 1-1. One is popped foul out of play down the left field line, and it's 1-2. One-two is swung on and missed, foul tipped into the glove, strike three, 2 away. Morris at second. Bringing Cameron Sewell.
Now batting for Humboldt, number 11, left fielder Cameron Sewell.
Pitch to Sewell is fouled straight back. It's 0-1. One misses outside, and it's 1-1. One. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-1. 2-1 pitch, misses outside, and it's 3-1. Is up high, ball 4, so Sewell works the walk. We'll make it first and second with 2 outs. I'll bring in Adam Enyart, the Crabs RBI leader. 22 coming into this game.
Now batting for the Crabs, number 16, Adam Enyart.
$23, actually, for Enyart. Pitch to Enyart is a line driving to right field, and that's a base hit. Coming around third is Keenan Morris. He's going to score, and that's another RBI for Adam Enyart, and the Crabs take the lead. It's 1-0. Just a nice line drive into right field. On the play, Sewell goes to third. So it's first and third with 2 outs and a run in for the Crabs. They'll bring in Houston Hirschkorn. Mr. Hirschkorn almost hits him. Somehow gets out of the way of it. 1-0. That dove right at his legs. I'm not sure how that missed him, but I didn't hear the ball hit anything, so. 1-0 is a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. Coming in from third to score is Sewell. The Crabs lead it 2-0. Enyart to second on the play. I'll make it first and second with 2 outs and 2 runs in here in the top of the third. Quite a few Crabs fans here in the house tonight. I can hear it when Crabs do something good in the game. Good fan representation for the Crabs here tonight for sure. Quite a few of them down the third base line, close to the Crabs dugout. Always love to see Crabs fans on the road. And of course, a lot of families of players at this series here in Lincoln. Not a terrible drive for even families from Southern California. Bay Area is only a couple of hours away. Of course, if you're in the Sacramento area, not too bad of a drive at all. Pappas will step in. Pitch is low, 1-0. Is a slow ground ball right up the middle. Gloved by the second baseman, booted by the shortstop. Coming in and scoring is Enyart, and the ball gets away. Both runners move up, and it is 3-0 Crabs. Well, that was bungled all the way around by the Potters. It was hit a slow ground ball right up the middle. The shortstop Griffiths, the second baseman Lee converged on it, and both of them kind of were knocking the baseball around, and then they tried to throw out Enyart at the plate, and the ball got away. So second and third, 2 outs. Pitch is low and inside to Medikoff. It's 1-0. Great start to this third inning for the Crabs. 1-0 was in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. One misses outside, and it's 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch misses inside, and it's 3-1. 3-1, swung on and missed. Count goes full 3-2. 3-2 is low ball 4, so that's going to load him up. With 2 outs, and I'll bring in Cavanasaurus. Crabs with 3 runs here in the top of the 3rd. Another good start. But jumping out in front first has not ended well for the Crabs. Ultimately, it ended well on Friday. Of course, in extra innings. Pitch to Soros, and then for a strike 0-1. Last night, however, up 5-2 going into the bottom of the 8th, and ended up losing 8-5. So a long way to go, but going up is always good. Pitch is low, 1-1. 1-1 is a ground ball to the left side. Dropped by the shortstop. He will make the long throw to first just in time to get Soares. That's going to do it here in the 3rd, where the Crabs get 3 runs. They lead it 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. You're listening to exciting Crabs baseball. Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Placer County, bottom of the 3rd inning. Your Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 3-0. Crabs baseball is brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union. Hey Crabs fans, team sponsor Compass Community Credit Union is happy to point you towards a better banking experience. Visit their conveniently located branches in Arcata and Eureka, or online at compassccu.org. It's compassccu.org. Right, that's going to bring in Brett Griffiths for Lincoln, followed by Liao and Lavin, as Griffiths pops it up on the right field line, foul out of play, 0-1. Oh, one lashed fouled on the first base line. It's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch, just misses outside. And it's 1-2. One, two's in the dirt, and it's 2-2. 2-2 misses low. Count goes full, 3-2. Three-two pitch, inside ball 4. So Griffiths works the leadoff walk. That's going to bring in Ethan Lee out.
And now batting for your Padres, center fielder from Southern California, Ethan Leo.
Pitch to Liao is a line drive into right field. It's going to get through for a base hit. Stopping at second is Griffiths. He's single for Liao, making it first and second. Nobody out.
And now batting for the Padres,
And that'll bring in Jake Lavin.
California,
All right, so Azueta working through some more traffic here. Lavin, he shows bunt and bunts it right back to Zazueta, the pitcher. One away. Bunting it just as Zazueta's right. Had to run down off the mound and go get it, but great play. Runners will remain at first and second. I'll bring in Ty McGraw. Pitch to McGraw, right down the middle for a called strike, 0-1. A 1 pitch, misses up high, and it's 1-1. And therefore a called strike, and it's 1-2. Time is called. And the first base umpire is signaling something. Not sure what the deal was, but the 1-2 misses up high, and it's 2-2. Breaking ball misses inside, and the count goes full, 3-2. Way high and inside, ball 4. That's going to load up the bases. 1 out. We'll bring in Adam Paniagua. And manager Robin Guyver is going to go out to talk to David Zazueta. Pitching coach Eric Ciccone had a responsibility with his regular job that he couldn't get out of prior to the series. So he is not here. So Manager Robin Guyver doubling as both the pitching coach and the manager tonight. He's out to talk to Zazueta and Kavana Soares. Crabs used quite a few pitchers last night in an effort to try to hold on to that lead. That unfortunately failed. So they do need Zazueta to eat up some innings. Pitch to Paniagua is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. One is fouled back to the right. And it's 0-2. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. 0-2 count to Adam Paniagua. Crabs lead 3-0, but Zazueta in some trouble. 0-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. Zazueta gets Paniagua to chase at a pitch outside. 2 down. It's going to bring in Braden Sharp. Pitch to Sharp, up high, 1-0. The 1-0, in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. One, misses inside, and it's 2-1. High and inside. The count goes to 3-1, and there's nowhere to put Braden Sharp. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Zazueta needs to come into the zone here. Three, 1. Oh, where did that miss? Guess that was ball 4. According to TrackMan, that just missed inside. That's going to bring in a run. It's 3-1 Crabs. We don't want a repeat of the 8th inning last night. A long way to go before we get there. Zazueta just has 1 more out to get. Now bring in Ryan Lee. Pitch to Lee, misses high and outside, 1-0. One-0 is swung on and missed. Filthy pitch from Zazueta. Like with some downward action. 1-1. 1-1, misses outside, and it's 2-1. 2-1, misses outside, and it's 3-1. And again, nowhere to put Ryan Lee. Bases are loaded with 2 outs and a run already walked in this inning. Three 1 is just chopped foul at the plate, and it's 3-2. Saw Robin Guyver in the elevator at the hotel last night after the game, and what he said was, look at what happens when you don't walk guys. Runners go, the 3-2 is high and outside, ball 4. It's going to bring in another run, and it's 3-2. The walks have been an issue, a big issue for Crabs pitching so far this season, and it really bit them last night. And it's becoming an issue for Zazueta in this bottom of the 3rd inning. 2 runs walked in. The Crabs still lead by 1 run, but Zazueta needs to get 1 more out. Everett Johnson steps in, pitches in there for a called strike, 0-1. The fans are unhappy with that call, and they have a legitimate beef with that one. That pitch was a bit off the plate outside and called a strike. Zazueta will take it. The 0-1, high and outside, and it's 1-1. 1-1, misses outside, and it's 2-1. I can't imagine how frustrating it is for the Crabs coaches to just see runs be given away just by a bunch of free passes. The 2-1, high and outside, it's 3-1, and yet again, nowhere to put Everett Johnson. And Zazueta is in danger of walking in his 3rd run of the inning. And this is unfolding just like the 8th inning did last night. 3-1. And it's outside, ball 4, and that ties the game. 3-3. 3rd run walked in by David Zazueta. And Robin Guyver is out of the dugout. He's not out to go to the mound. Instead, he's out to talk to the home plate umpire. And I'm not sure what Robin is talking about. I mean, that last pitch was a ball outside. It was pretty clearly a ball, so I don't know if Robin is arguing balls and strikes. That last call was correct, even looking at the TrackMan, but he could have been talking about something else. All right, here we go. The game is tied now at 3. Bottom of the 3rd. Still 2 outs. Now I'm bringing Ryan Villanueva. Pitches in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The crowd is upset, and they have another legitimate gripe. That one was quite a ways off the plate outside. 0-1, misses well outside. This time called a ball, and it's 1-1. One misses outside, and it's 2-1. Two-one swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. 2-2 swung on and missed, strike 3. but not before. Zazueta walks in 3 runs, and that ties up the game for the Potters at 3-3 as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back, top of the 4th inning. We are now tied at 3 between the Crabs and the Potters. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by the North Coast Co-op, also by North Coast Mercantile. Family owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Mercantile brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic, import, and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Mercantile's Titus trailer in the right field beer garden in the Arcata Ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider, and by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank strengthening our local communities. Our commitments come to life through our people, programs, and policies. Together we can make a difference in the communities we serve. Well, the Crabs put up 3 runs in the top of the 3rd, but unfortunately, Crabs starter David Zazueta walked in 3 runs in the bottom of the 3rd. We sit tied at 3. Michael Peraza will lead it off. Mr. Peraza outside 1-0. Be followed by the top of the order, Morris and Reed. The 1-0 is outside 2-0. Is a fly ball down the left field line. The left fielder for the Potters racing over towards the line. That's going to drop just fair. And gunning it towards second is Peraza. The dive, the play, and they got him. And Michael Peraza is unhappy with the call. He's barking at the umpire as he heads back towards the dugout. And it was a really close play from where I'm standing. But for now, we'll just give Braden Sharp the benefit of the doubt. It was a great throw from the left fielder down to second. Another tough break for the Crabs. Keenan Morris will step in and foul it straight back. And it's 0-1. The 0-1 is a fly ball down the left field line and foul. 0-2. Two is a high pop fly to right. Racing out into shallow right field is the second baseman, Lee, who I believe dropped it. So Morris is going to reach on what I presume is going to be an error. I thought he made the catch. I looked down to score the play. All of a sudden, I heard a reaction from the crowd, and he dropped the baseball, was unable to make that play. So runner at first with 1 out. A big break for the Crabs. That'll bring in Timmy Reed, who fouls it back 0-1. Throw over to first, and Morris is back in safely. The 0-1 swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. 0-2 pitch, tapped foul at the plate. We'll do it again, 0-2. Two swung on and missed, strike 3. Dropped by the catcher, but first base is occupied, so that's going to be the second out. Morris at first. That'll bring in Cameron Sewell.
Now batting for the Crabs, number 11, left fielder Cameron Sewell.
It's over to first, and Morris back in safely. Leaning a bit off of first base. Runner goes to pitch to Sewell, is inside and gets away from the catcher, and that's going to allow Morris to steal second. That came very close to hitting Cameron Sewell. Runner at second, 2 outs, and a 1-0 count. Misses outside, and it's 2-0. Two-0 pitch is a line drive that's off of the glove of the shortstop. Keenan Morris rounding third. He's going to come in to score, and the Crabs lead it 4-3. That was hit pretty hard by Cameron Sewell at the Potters shortstop Griffiths, who booted it. We'll see what the official scorer rules. And the coach for the Potters is going to go out to talk to his pitcher. But either way, Crabs retake the lead. Might be a bit biased, but I would give Cam Sewell the hit and an RBI. All right, so the Potters will in fact make a pitching change. So runner at first with 2 outs. Crabs now lead 4-3. We're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second break. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN Radio 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln. Score is 4-3 Crabs here in the top of the fourth. Runner at first with 2 outs. New pitcher in the game for the Potters is number 14, Bobby Romiti. And he will face Adam Enyart, who already has an RBI tonight. He did, in fact, credit Cam Sewell with the RBI single. The responsibility of the stats in league play is the home team. So whatever they decide is what goes. Well, I definitely agree with that scoring decision. Adam Enyart will step in. Enyart low and outside, 1-0. In there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Enyart does not like the call, and checking the TrackMan, it was right on the high outside corner. That was a perfect pitch, and according to the rule book, strike zone. One is slow grounder to the left side, fielded in the deep hole by the shortstop. Strong throw to first, and that's going to do it here in the fourth inning for the Crabs. But they get a run for the Cam Sewell RBI single. Crabs lead at 4-3 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. We're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, Humboldt ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, bottom of the fourth inning. Your Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 4-3. And a new pitcher in the game for the Crabs is number 33, Cody Collins, out of Fortuna High. He's had a good start to his Crabs career. I'll give you his numbers in just a second. Collins, this is his third game he's appeared in. 1 game at home, 1 game on the road. 4 innings pitched. In those 4 innings, he has only given up 2 hits, 0 runs, no walks, struck out 4. So small sample size, but great start for Cody Collins. He's been very good. Collins will face Griffiths, Liao, and Lavin. Unfortunately for David Zazueta, he started out well. First 2 innings, he pitched out of some trouble, but then the 3rd inning just kind of fell apart for him, and he walked in 3 runs. And really, that's been the biggest issue for Crabs pitching is the walks. Mr. Griffiths is a slow ground ball down the 3rd baseline, foul, 0-1. In the games that they've won on this road trip, they have not walked as many hitters as they have in the games that they've lost. Obviously, the 0-1, and there for a called strike 0-2. That tends to be the way it goes in baseball. Give the other team a lot of free bases. That's a lot of opportunities. Is sprayed fouled on the right field line. Do it again, 0-2. It's really important that Crabs pitching down the stretch here in this game. If they want to get the series win, they have some command on the mound. The 0-2 is a slow ground ball to the left side, fielded by Perazo. Strong throw to first, not in time. That was a close play. A good effort by Michael Perazo coming in and gloving it, but just on time to get Brett Griffiths. Leadoff single for the Potters. This can bring in Ethan Liao. Liao high and inside, 1-0. Throw over to first, and Griffiths is back safely. One-0 is way up high, and it's 2-0. Well, in Oklahoma City, the Thunder appear to be closing in on the title. They're up 93-81 with 3:48 left to go. Although, of course, with the Indiana Pacers, they've had some crazy comebacks before. The 2-0 is a line drive that's going to get down into left field for a base hit. The left fielder, Sewell, plays it on a very high hop. And so a couple of singles to start off the fourth for the Potters. First and second, nobody out. It's going to bring in Jake Lavin. Potters, like the Healdsburg Prune Packers, the Crabs' previous opponent. They're a team that just put constant pressure on the opposing pitching. So Lavin is a line drive out to center field, right to Timmy Reed, who makes the catch. Runner tags from second and will get to third on the play. So a productive out for Lavin. Griffiths to third. Liao remains at first, so first and third with one out. And that's going to bring in Ty McGraw. Pitch to McGraw. Misses up high, 1-0. Runner goes from first, the 1-0 is up high, the throw down to second, and it's booted by the shortstop Perazo. The runner is going to come in from third and score, and this game is tied. So Liao gets the stolen base. Run comes in to score, and it's 4-4. Throw down to second was just seemed to be mishandled by shortstop Michael Perazo. 2-0, it's low, 3-0. I mean, to be fair to the infielders right now, with the start time of 6 o'clock, well, the sun angle is pretty brutal for the entire infield right now. 3-0 is a ground ball through the right side. That's a base hit. Liao is coming around third. He's going to come in to score, and the Potters take the lead. It's 5-4. Potters taking advantage of Crab's mistakes. We're at first, one out. It's going to bring in Adam Paniagua. Paniagua in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 is popped up right side, out into right field. And making camp under it and making the catch is Pappas, the right fielder, 2 away.
And now batting for your
I'll bring in Braden Sharp. Some Big X to plug is his walk-up music. Dig that. Mr. Sharp is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. You know, 1 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-1. 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. One-two's popped up left side in the outfield. And ranging over and making the catch is Cam Sewell, the left fielder, and that's going to do it for the Potters here in the 4th. But they get 2 runs. They lead at 5-4 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, top of the 5th inning. The Potters lead the Crabs by a score of 5-4. Due up for the Crabs will be Hirschkorn, Pappas, and Medikov. As Crabs find themselves down yet again. Or really down for the first time. But they had a 3-0 lead. The Potters tied it up in the 3rd. Crabs regained the lead and then lost that lead, now trail by 1. And pitch is fouled off the plate, and it's 0-1.
We need some doubles right here.
A 1 misses high and outside, and it's 1-1. One in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2.
Oh, yeah. One more. Come on, let's hear it, Potter fans. Let's hear it.
1-2 is a line drive out to center field. That's going to drop right in front of the center fielder for a leadoff base hit. Hirschkorn on first. It's going to bring in Jacob Pappas.
Now batting for the Crabs, number 35, right fielder, Jacob Pappas.
To Pappas, check swing, and the home plate umpire rules that he went around. It's 0-1. That pitch is in the dirt outside. Pappas couldn't hold up. A 1 is a ground ball down the third base line and deflected by the Crabs third base coach, Jeff Giacomini. Foul. Jacko almost made a play there. Oh, 2 in the dirt outside, and it's 1-2. One, 2 is in the dirt and fumbled for a second by the Potters catcher, but gets the baseball back and holds Hirschkorn at first. 2-2. 2-2 pitch is a ground ball right to the shortstop Griffiths. Flip to second for 1. On to first, not in time. So Pappas legs it out to reach safely at first. The fielder's choice. Let's run our first one out. I'll bring in Tate Medikoff. Medikoff low and inside 1-0. One-0 is chopped foul at the plate, and it's 1-1. Throw over to first, and Pappas back in safely. Runner goes from first. The 1-1 is swung on and missed. The throw down to second is high, and off the glove of the second baseman. So Pappas will steal second. 1-2 count with 1 out. And the coach for the Lincoln Potters is going out to talk to his catcher. That'll give me a chance to let you know things have gone final in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. The Oklahoma City Thunder defeated the Indiana Pacers by a score of 103-91. And the Oklahoma City Thunder are the 2025 NBA champions. 1-2 to Medikoff is swung on and missed. Strike 3, tried to hold up his swing, but definitely went around. 2 away. It's going to bring in Kavanasaurus.
And now batting for the Crabs,
Chasaurus in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Runner at second, 2 outs. Here in the top of the 5th inning, Crabs trail 5-4. The 0-1 is a pop fly out to left field. The shortstop running out there, but it will make its way to the left fielder, Braden Sharp, and he will make the catch. That's going to do it for the Crabs here in the 5th. They trail 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball. Humboldt ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, bottom of the 5th inning. The Potters lead the Crabs by a score of 5-4. 2 up for the Potters. It will be Lee, Johnson, and Villanueva. Well, we have a moment. We'll take you through some scores from around the Pacific Empire League. Only 2 other games going on tonight, and they're both part of a doubleheader between the Medford Rogues and the Solano Mudcats. Game 1, the Rogues beat the Mudcats by a score of 8-3. And then game 2 currently up at Harry and David Field in Medford, it is 3-1 in favor of the Mudcats in the bottom of the 5th inning. Another beautiful night here in Lincoln. I've said this many times, but the weather on this road trip has been absolutely perfect. And temperatures have not really gotten above the mid-80s. Pitch to Lee is lashed right to Keenan Morris at third. Gloves it smoothly. Throw to first, 1 away. Cody Collins out there for his second inning of work, by the way. Now bring in Everett Johnson. Pitch to Johnson, low and outside, 1-0. Pitch, drops it right in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Well, after tonight's game, the 1-1 is low, 2-1. After tonight's game, the Crabs will get on the bus, myself included, and we will drive all the way back home. 2-1 is a ground ball on the third baseline foul. It's 2-2, so we're going to get in early hours of the morning, but thankfully tomorrow is an off day. I'm definitely not rooting for extra innings tonight. Let's just say that. Although if the Crabs come out on top, it will definitely make it much better. Two in the dirt. Count goes full, 3-2. Crabs will be back at home Tuesday and Wednesday, 7 o'clock. against the Chico Lone Wolves. Be great to be back in the Arcata ballpark. 3-2 swung on it, missed, strike three, nasty looking curveball from Cody Collins, 2 away. It's coming in Ryan Villanueva. I love these road trips, but by the end of them, I do really miss the home ballpark. Villanueva, in there for a called strike in zone 1. Happy to have my partner, the Professor Benjamin Schaefer, back on the air as well when we return home. The 0-1 is a line drive into center field. That's going to be a base hit for Villanueva. So he will be at first with 2 outs. And that's going to bring in Brett Griffiths. As the Potters mascot Piper makes his way through the concourse. Probably see him on the YouTube stream if you're watching. Maybe not. I think the camera's tilted a little too high, but Piper is down there. Pitch to Griffiths is popped up in the infield. Coming in down the third base line is the third baseman Keaton Morris. Dives and snow cones it a bit, but makes the catch. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 5th inning for the Potters. They still lead 5-4 as we head to the top of the 6th. You're listening to Humble Crabs Baseball, ESPN Radio 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Placer County. Top of the 6th inning. The Potters lead the Crabs by a score of 5-4. And I think we have a new pitcher in the game for the Potters. Trying to get his number. Michael Perazo to lead it off. Be followed by Keena Morris and Timmy Reed. It's number 99. That's Nick Bronzini. Out of Washington. Formerly of the Pac-12, now with the Big Ten Conference. All right, Crabs trying to get back into this game. Only trail by 1. Perazo, and he bunts it right out in front of the plate down the first base line, but the catcher jumps on it, and I think they called a foul ball at the plate. I think the home plate umpire called a foul ball at the plate. So Perazo will return back to home plate with an 0-1 count. And the Potters coach is out there to talk to the umpire. He's not happy. I heard a fan yell that it hit him outside of the box. I couldn't tell from here. First base umpire giving the Potters coach an explanation. Potters coach does not seem too happy with that explanation, but he'll return to the dugout. So 0-1 count on Michael Perazo. And the Perazo in the dirt, 1-1. One, misses inside, and Perazo checks his swing. 2-1. Two-one swung on and missed, and it's 2-2. Two lashed foul towards the Crabs dugout, scattering a bunch of players. We'll do it again, 2-2.
All right, let's hear some cowbells.
2-2 pitch, misses up high. Count goes full, 3-2. Two is hit right off the hands down the first base line, foul. Do it again, 3-2. Three-two. Well, I guess the count was 2-2. So now it's 3-2. Oh, okay, now it's ball four. I was right initially. So Perazo will head down to first, and that'll bring in Keenan Morris. 'To Morris is a ground ball through the right side. That's going to be a base hit. Perazo is going to put on the brakes at second. The right fielder, Lavin, bobbles it for a second, but Perazo remains at second base. So it's first and second with nobody out. Big opportunity for the Crabs, and it's going to bring in Timmy Reed. Lefty-lefty matchup. Picciariti shows bunt, pulls it back, takes it high, 1-0. Shows bunt again, takes a strike, 1-1. 1-1, Reed shows bunt and bunts at it and misses. So it's 1-2. One, two, misses outside. And it's 2-2. Two pitch, misses just outside. Count goes full. 3-2 to Timmy Reed. 3-2 to Reed. His pop straight back and foul, not a play. Do it again, 3-2. First and second, nobody out. Here in the top of the sixth, the Crabs trail 5-4. Three-two is lined foul. Off towards the Crabs dugout, down the third base line. Do it again, 3-2. Timmy Reed putting together a good battle. Three-two pitch, called strike three. That pitch was right on the outside part of the plate. One away. So first and second with one out. That's going to bring in Cameron Sewell. Sewell has an RBI tonight. Pitch to Sewell way high and inside. Sewell to duck his head out of the way. It's 1-0. Misses up high, and it's 2-0. Two-0, and there for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Two-one way high and inside. And it's 3-1. Cam Sewell. Three-one is hit fouled on the left field line and out of play. Count goes full, 3-2.
brought to you by Sam Burns, lawyers specializing in DUI and marijuana defense. Give Sam a call or visit him online at bettercallsam.live.
Three-two to Sewell. Up high, ball 4. And off the glove of the catcher into the backstop, but no consequence as the runners were moving up anyway. And that loads the bases with 1 out for the Crabs' RBI leader, Adam Enyart. A huge opportunity to take the lead, or at the very least tie up the ball game. Crabs would love to see a big hit from Adam Enyart here. So going out to the mound is Villanueva to talk to his pitcher. And the catcher went back to his position, and then now the coach for the Potters comes out to talk to Bronzini. As he does that, update you on some scores from around the Pacific Empire League. There are only 2 games going on, or 1 game final, 1 game currently ongoing, part of a doubleheader in Medford. Rogues against the Solano Mudcats. Game 1 went to the Rogues 8-3. And currently the Solano Mudcats lead the Medford Rogues by a score of 6-2 in the bottom of the 6th. So the Lincoln Potters will in fact be making a pitching change here. The bases are loaded with 1 out, top of the 6th inning. It is 5-4 Potters here at McBean Stadium in Lincoln. We're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second timeout. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln. Top of the 6th inning. The bases are loaded with 1 out for the Crabs. The Potters lead by a score of 5-4. Coming into pitch for the Potters will be number 1, Tyler Hutchinson. He will face the Crabs' RBI leader in Adam Enyart. Try to get a big hit to give the Crabs the lead. While we're waiting for Hutchinson to finish his warm-ups, take you through some scores from around Major League Baseball. The San Francisco Giants, I was able to watch some of the game back in the hotel earlier today, beat the Boston Red Sox by a score of 9-5. The bats really came out in San Francisco. And then just a little ways away from us in West Sacramento, unfortunately the A's fell to the Cleveland Guardians by a score of 3-0. All right, here we go. Big moment in the game for your Humboldt Crabs. First pitch to Enyart. In there for a called strike, 0-1. That looked like a ball to me, but TrackMan had it right on the corner, so good call. Adam Enyart didn't like the call. But that was perfect pitch based on the rulebook strike zone. The 0-1 misses low, and it's 1-1. One, sprayed foul off to the right. And out of play, it's 1-2. One, two's in the dirt. Count goes to 2-2. Two pitch, a slow dribbler to the second baseman. He'll flip to second for one. It gets away. One run's going to score. The second run is coming in to score. And the Crabs now lead by a score of 6-5 after the bad throw from the Potters second baseman, Ryan Lee, that gets into left field. A huge mistake by the Potters. And everybody's safe. And like I said, the Crabs now take the lead. Perazo scores, Morris scores.
And now batting for the Crabs,
Sewell to third. And Enyart at first on the error. And Houston Hirschkorn at the plate. Pitch to Hirschkorn in the dirt, 1-0. The 1-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Been a roller coaster of a game for the Crabs so far, and I think there's going to be more ups and downs before this thing is all said and done. The 1-1 is popped up down the right field line, out of play, foul, 1-2. Throw over to first, and yards back in safely. One, two is popped up the right side, and out of play again. Dude over 1-2. One, two misses low, and it's 2-2. Two lash down the right side, foul. We'll do it again. 2-2. Two runs have come in from the top of the sixth off of a throwing error by the Potters second baseman, Ryan Lee. Should have been a double play, or at least a force out at second, but instead it brought in two runs. A 2-2 misses outside. Count goes full, 3-2. Crabs lead 6-5 here in the top of the sixth. Runners at first and third, one out. Houston Hirschkorn at the plate with a 3-2 count. Three-two swung on and missed, strike three. Two away, that's going to bring in Jacob Pappas. First pitch to Pappas is popped up, right field. Ranging over and making the catch is Lavin, and that's going to do it here in the top of the sixth for the Crabs. But they get 2 runs off of a Potter's error, and they lead it 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. They're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, bottom of the sixth inning. Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 6-5 in a back and forth ball game. Cody Collins back on the mound. Face the top of the order, Liao, Lavin, and McGraw. Now that the Crabs have retaken the lead, it is very important that Cody Collins throws strikes and limits the walks. So that has been a big issue for the Crabs when they've had a lead in this series. All right, we're about ready to get going here. Potters, just like the Crabs, they do a lot of in-between inning games with their mascot. Liao in there for a called strike, 0-1. I think Piper actually participates in the in-between inning games more than Krusty does, but still, both teams have a lot of in-between inning entertainment. The 0-1 is in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Bean Stadium is a really nice stadium to watch a ball game if you've never been. The entire seating area is covered, so you're out of the sun. Tons of great food options. 1-1 is a ground ball on a couple of hops to the shortstop. Perazo throws to first, 1 away. I'll bring in Jake Lavin. Can't really go hungry at this ballpark. Got tons of great trucks. Mexican food truck. Of course, your typical ballpark food. Beer. Shaved ice truck that I took part in a couple of nights ago. Stalemate is low, 1-0. In there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. I do want to have a chance to thank the Potters for setting me up in a great spot right behind home plate. One is popped up. Right center field, ranging over to his left and making the catch is the center fielder Timmy Reed, 2 away. Do always appreciate the hospitality when I go on the road. And Potters did accommodate me very well. They even took out their sofa, their VIP sofa, in order to accommodate the table that I'm sitting at. So I do really appreciate that. But pitches in there for a strike to Ty McGraw, 0-1. The fans will have their sofa back after tonight. One misses outside, and it's 1-1. 1-1 pitch, high and outside, and it's 2-1. 2-1 pitch, low and inside. Count goes to 3-1. One pitch way inside, that's ball 4. So McGraw walks. That's going to bring in Adam Paniagua, but manager Robin Guyver is going to go out to talk to Cody Collins. He makes the signal to the bullpen, and the Crabs will, in fact, be making a pitching change. I think Cody Collins did a very good job tonight. You know, after a lot of walks given up by the starters as Wada, definitely had a big part in coming in and calming things down a bit. So runner at first with 2 outs. Crabs make the change. We're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second break. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Placer County. Bottom of the 6th inning. The Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 6-5. There are 2 outs and a runner at first for the Potters, and coming into the game for the Crabs will be number 39, Max Hippensteel. Hippie so far on the season, this is his 4th appearance. He's pitched 5 innings. Those 5 innings, he's given up only 3 hits and only 1 run. Walked 4, struck out 4. And he is credited with 1 save so far on the season. So good start for Hippensteel. He was outstanding last season for the Crabs. Crabs trying to lock down a series win here at McBean Stadium, but games here in Lincoln have been very difficult to win. Took them 11 innings on Friday to beat the Potters. First win here in McBean in a pretty long time. Pitch to Paniagua is in there for a called strike 0-1. Just like Healdsburg, Crabs have not had good luck here in Lincoln either, especially up in the late innings. 0-1 is tapped foul at the plate, and it's 0-2. 0-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. And Max Hippensteel gets the job done, only needs to get one hitter out, but does it on 3 pitches. And that's going to do it here in the 6th for the Potters. The Crabs lead 6-5 as we head to the top of the 7th. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN Radio, 107.3 FM. Welcome back. Top of the 7th inning here in Lincoln. The Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 6-5. New pitcher on the mound for the Potters, Dawson Roddick. Crabs have seen him earlier in this series. Sidewinder. Underhand pitcher, a lot like Tyler Rogers. And he will face bottom of the Crabs order, Medikov, Soares, and Peraza. Oh, we have a moment. Take you through some more scores from around Major League Baseball. Of course, I mentioned earlier, Giants won 9-5 in San Francisco. A's fell 3-0 over in West Sacramento. Padres beat the Royals 3-2. Dodgers beat the Nationals 13-7. We're about ready to get started.
And leading off for the Cavs, number 26, first baseman Tate Medikov. Our junior dog got down with the ball game.
Medikov outside 1-0. Is a high fly ball to right field. The right fielder's looking up, and that ball is gone. Tate Medikov with an opposite field shot to right field, and the Crabs lead it 7-5. And off the bat, it didn't look like it was going to go out, but that thing just kept carrying, and as soon as I saw the numbers on the back of the right fielder, Jake Lavin, knew that thing was way out of here. Tate Medikov. I believe that's his first home run of the season. Indeed it is. Pitch is in there for a strike to Gavanasaurus. 0-1. Couple of Crabs getting their first home runs of the season here in Lincoln. Timmy Reed being another one. The 0-1. It's in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One misses way outside, and it's 2-1. You can also tell it was going out by the reaction from the Crabs dugout. I could hear it all the way up here. 2-1 swung on and missed. And it's 2-2. Two pitch is a high chopper, gloved by the third baseman way up high, and will have no chance throwing on his back foot to get Cavanasaurus. So infield single, nobody out. It's going to bring in Michael Perazo.
Now batting number 13, shortstop Michael Perazo.
To Perazo, misses outside, 1-0. Shows bunt. I think it was bunted foul. Took a weird ricochet at the plate and careened off towards the Crabs dugout. It's 1-1. 1-1 is fouled off the plate, and it's 1-2. One-two, low and outside, and it's 2-2. Two-two is a line drive that's going to get over the head of the third baseman into left field for a base hit, and rounding second and stopping there will be Cavanasaurus. It's a little bloop single for Michael Perazo. First and second, nobody out. That's going to bring in the top of the order in Keenan Morris.
And now batting for the Crabs, number 9, third baseman Keenan Morris.
Tate Medikoff leading off the inning with a home run and a couple of singles. To Morris outside, 1-0. Based on recent history here at McBean, as many of you know, the Crabs want to build as much of a cushion as possible. The 1-0 is a high fly ball to center field. The center fielder going back at the track, at the wall, makes the catch. Tagging up from second and heading to third is Soros. So productive out for Keenan Morris. Make it first and third with one out. And Robin Guyver is saying something to the home plate umpire. I think he is making a move for a pinch hitter, and indeed he is. It's going to be Tyler Howard pinch hitting for Timmy Reed.
Tyler Howard.
And now Robin Guyver out towards home plate again to say something to the home plate umpire, and now back to the dugout. I believe he's just clearing some things up. All right, first and third, one out. A run in. Here in the top of the seventh, Crabs lead 7-5. Tyler Howard with a chance to add on. Debuted for the Crabs on Wednesday in Healdsburg. Joined the team on Tuesday at the start of the road trip. Push Howard outside. The runner goes from first, and stealing second without a throw is Michael Perazo. So that is a huge stolen base. Takes away the traditional double play. Second and third one out. That'll force the Potters to bring in the infield. Pitch misses outside, and it's 2-0. Is sprayed foul off to the right, and it's 2-1.
Ball brought to you by Cornerstone Insurance. See Cornerstone Insurance. All your insurance needs.
2-1 is chopped foul at the plate, and it's 2-2. 2-2, lone inside, count goes full, 3-2. Check swing. Pitch was low and inside. The appeal down to the umpire's second. He did not go, and that's ball 4. Great at bat from Tyler Howard. He heads down to first. The bases are loaded with one out, and that's going to bring in Cameron Sewell. And now the coach for the Potters is going to go out to the mound to talk to Dawson Roddick. Crabs, after tonight's game, will all get on the bus and make the 5-hour drive back to Arcata. Get in the early hours of the morning, and thankfully there is a day off tomorrow. And then back at it at home on Tuesday. Very excited to get back into the friendly confines of the Arcata ballpark. I do miss home. Tuesday, 7 o'clock against the Chico Lone Wolves. And then, next weekend, the Crabs will see these Potters again. This time at the Arcata ballpark for the first home league games of the season. So make sure to come out. And now the coach is going out there for a second time. And now the umpires are talking. Doesn't that mean he has to come out of the game? And now the coach is headed back. Okay. Anyway, next weekend, first home league games of the season. So those league games are the games that really do matter. This is a very competitive league, so I encourage everyone to come out next weekend. First PEL matchup of the season at home. Pitches in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1 to Cameron Sewell. The one's in the dirt, it gets away from the catcher temporarily, and it's 1-1. One pitch, misses outside, and it's 2-1. Low and outside. Count goes to 3-1, and there's nowhere to put Cam Sewell. Bases loaded, one out. 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4. That brings in a run, and the Crabs lead it 8-5. Great at bat from Cameron Sewell. Bases remain loaded with 1 out. And the tables have turned a bit on the Potters. They were the ones walking the drive-in runs, and now the Crabs are doing it themselves. So now the coach is out for Dawson Roddick, and he's going to come out of the game. So as the Potters make this pitching change, we're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second break. You're listening to exciting Crabs baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln. Top of the 7th inning. The Crabs have the bases loaded with 1 out. 2 runs already in. They lead 8-5. And a new pitcher in the game for the Potters, number 29, Peter Jensen. Or actually, my bad. I think that's number 27, Drew Kirby. So Drew Kirby in the game for the Potters. Crabs has a good chance to add on here. Kirby will face Adam Enyart. Enyart with 3 RBIs tonight. Chance to continue adding on to his team-leading RBI total. Pitch, Enyart fouled straight back to the screen. He was all over that one. 0-1. One, and therefore a called strike, and it's 0-2. Oh, 2 pitch is a fly ball out to right field. The right fielder going back. It's over his head. One run's going to score. 2 runs are going to score. Holding up at third is Cameron Sewell, and the Crabs lead this game 10-5. Adam Enyart, driving in 2 more runs, now has 5 RBIs on the night. What a game for Adam Enyart.
Now batting, number 22, Houston.
Second and third with one out. Houston Hirschkorn will step in. I said the Crabs needed to build a cushion. They're doing just that here in the seventh. Mr. Hirschkorn definitely went around, tried to hold up. 0-1. One is in the dirt. Corralled by the catcher Villanueva, 1-1. One, check swing again, pitches in the dirt. This time Houston did hold up. It's 2-1. Two, 1, and there for a called strike. It's 2-2. Two, high and outside. Count goes full. 3-2. Three-two, popped up foul, not a play off to the right. Do it again, 3-2.
At foul ball, brought to you by Placer Valley Tourism. Placer Valley Tourism.
Tate Medikoff started off the inning with a solo shot to right, and the Crabs added on with 3 more runs after that. Tate's first home run of the season. Stepping off is Kirby. Now going out to talk to him is the catcher Villanueva. Quick meeting, Villanueva now jogging back to his position. Three-two swung on and missed, strike 3. The 2 away. This inning continues. That's going to bring in Jacob Pappas.
Now batting number 35, right fielder Jacob Pappas.
Pappas in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1, sprayed foul off to the right. Now to play, it's 0-2. 0-2. Misses up high, 1-2. Crabs with 10 runs on 14 hits tonight. The bats have certainly shown up. They really have all season. This is a good offensive team. 1-2, misses just outside. It's 2-2. Really where they've lost their games has been their pitching. And if the Crabs can hold on to this 5-run lead here, it would deliver them a huge series win on the road in league play. Two sprayed foul off to the right, off the top of the fence. 2 over, 2-2. Two pitch, way high and inside. Count goes full. 3-2. Jacob Pappas. Three-two is popped straight up down the first base line. The first baseman coming in. That's McGraw making the catch, and that's going to do it for the Crabs in the top of the 7th, but they get 4 runs, including a solo home run opposite field by Tate Medikoff, and then a 2 RBI double from Adam Enyart. The Crabs lead it 10-5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You're listening to exciting Crabs baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Placer County. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 10-5. Max Hippensteel back out on the mound. And due up for the Potters, it will be Sharp, Lee, and Johnson. An exciting back and forth ball game. Crabs took a 3-0 lead, top of the 3rd inning. Then the starter, David Zazueta, walked in 3 runs for the Potters to match it in the bottom of the 3rd. Then Crabs getting 1 in the top of the 4th. Potters getting 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Crabs adding on with 2 runs of their own, top of the 6th, and then the 4 runs in the top of the 7th to make it 10-5. 10 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for the Crabs. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Potters. And now manager Robin Guyver out to talk to the home plate umpire about something. Not sure what exactly this is about. Some sort of substitution. I think the umpire indicated over towards first base or right field. Still Medikoff at first. Maybe there's a new right fielder I cannot see from here. Anyway, Sharp will step in. Sharp, he shows bunt, and what's it, foul? It's 0-1. A 1 pitch. This is up high, and it's 1-1. Pours it right down the middle for a called strike. Great breaking ball from Hippensteel. 1-2. One, two is a shallow fly ball out to left center field, ranging over to his left. Making the catch is the Crabs left fielder, Cameron Sewell, 1 away. And that's going to bring in Ryan Lee. Actually, we're going to have a pinch hitter. It is Zach Story. Story misses up high, 1-0. In there for a called strike. Yeah, it's 1-1. 1-1 is fouled right off of the mask of Soros. 1-2 looks to be all right. One-two lashed foul off towards the Potters bullpen down the right field line. 1-2. One-two pitch in the dirt. Count goes to 2-2. Two-two pitch right down the middle. Called strike 3, 2 away. Absolutely froze Zach Story. 2 down. That's going to bring in Everett Johnson. And in fact, it will be another pinch hitter. Be Jason Hansen. Pitches high and inside, 1-0. Misses outside, and it's 2-0. Is popped up down the right field line and out of play. Foul, 2-1. 2-1 is a ground ball right past Hippensteel, past the diving Hirschkorn into center field for a base hit. We're at first 2 outs. I'll bring in Ryan Villanueva. And it's going to be another pinch hitter. It's going to be Aiden Chang. He started last night's game. First pitch to Chang is inside 1-0. Is fouled straight back and out of play. 1-1. One swung on and missed. Filthy breaking ball from Hippensteel. 1-2. One, two, called strike 3, and Max Hippensteel is fired up as he heads off the mound, as he should be. That's going to do it for the Potters here in the bottom of the 7th. They trail 10-5 to the Crabs as we head to the top of the 8th inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, top of the 8th inning. It is 10-5 in favor of the Crabs. New pitcher on the mound for the Lincoln Potters is number 33, Xavier Maldonado. And he will face Tate Medikoff, followed by Kavanasaurus and Michael Perazzo. Great ball game for the Crabs so far. The bats have really shown up. Pitching struggled a bit early, but then Cody Collins came in and things have been settled down since then. Of course, Max Hippensteel with a great inning and a third. Tate Medikoff will step in last time up, hit one opposite field out to right field for a solo home run, his first of the season. First pitch to Medikoff, high and outside, 1-0. One-0 pitch fouled straight back, and it's 1-1. 1-1, misses outside, and it's 2-1. 2-1 swung on and missed. Eckhoff went after a high fastball. 2-2. Two in the dirt. Count goes full. 3-2. Three-two pitch swung on and missed. Strike three. One down. That's going to bring in Cavanasaurus.
Now batting the 10, catcher Cavanasaurus.
First pitch to Soros. Outside part of the plate for a called strike 0-1. One way high and outside. 1-1. One is fouled off to the right and out of play. That'll make it 1-2. One-two is lashed. Diving stop by the third baseman and a great throw over to first. 2 away. Jason Hansen, who's now at third after pinch hitting. A diving stop and then popped up and a great throw to first. What a great play by the Potters' third baseman. Possibly saved extra bases there. It's going to bring in Michael Perazo. Perazo swung on and missed at a pitch in the dirt. 0-1. The one swung on and missed again. And it's 0-2. Game 2 in Medford has gone final. Game 2 of the doubleheader between the Mudcats and the Rogues. Mudcats beating the Rogues 9-5 after losing game 1 8-3. So they split that doubleheader up at Harry and David Field in Medford. 0-2 is popped up down foul territory, third base line, right in front of the Crabs dugout, and the third baseman makes the catch. Looked like in the Crabs dugout. Wow, and that's going to be the third out of the inning. Another impressive play by Jason Hansen. Could not have been easy over at least right by the Crabs dugout, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 8th. Crabs lead 10-5 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln. Bottom of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 10-5. Max Hippensteel out for his second full inning of work. He will face 9-1-2 in the order: Griffiths, Liao, and Lavin. And even though the Crabs are up 10-5, I imagine if you're a Crabs fan, you still feel a little bit nervous as to the final outcome of this game. Crabs have had leads late at McBean, both last night and 2 games here last season that ended poorly. Crabs hoping to reverse that trend. Pitch is swung on and missed by Griffiths, 0-1. Crabs need to get 6 more outs to take the series. Oh, 1 is in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. Of course, obviously the one exception to that trend was the 11th inning on Friday night, where they did in fact hold on to win the game. 1-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. Another filthy breaking ball from Max Hippensteel. Badly fools Griffiths. 1 away. I'll bring in Ethan Liao.
Now batting for your Potters from Dublin, California, center fielder Ethan Liao.
Pitch to Liao, up high, 1-0. When a pitch swung on and missed, it's 1-1. One misses up high, and it's 2-1. Two-on pitch, breaking ball right down the middle. Count goes to 2-2. Two, called strike 3. Hippensteel placed it right on the corner. 2 away.
And now batting for the Potters, right fielder from town, number 15, Jake Lavin.
And that's going to bring in Jake Lavin. To Lavin, misses outside, 1-0. Misses up high, 2-0. Drops it right down the middle for a called strike, 2-1. That breaking ball for Hippensteel, he's got it working tonight. Two-one swung on and missed. 2-2. Guess what? It was the breaking ball, at least it looked like it. 2-2, popped foul out of play off to the left. We'll do it again, 2-2. He swung on and missed strike three. Absolutely disgusting pitch for Max Hippensteel. Badly fooled Lavin, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Crabs lead 10-5 as we head to the top of the 9th. You're listening to exciting Crabs baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, top of the 9th inning. Your Crabs lead the Potters by a score of 10-5. Maldonado back out on the mound for the Potters. It will be the top of the order. Morris, Reed, and Sewell due up for the Crabs. Trying to secure a series win here in Lincoln. The wins on this road trip have not come easy. Pitch to Morris is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Would not be shocked if Max Hippensteel comes out for the 9th inning. Robin did use quite a few pitchers last night to try to secure that win, that unfortunately did not go the Crabs' way. 0-1 is in the dirt, 1-1. And Hippensteel has been on it on the mound so far. Might as well ride the hot hand. But we'll see. We'll see what Robin decides to do. Nobody's throwing in the Crabs bullpen, so all indications are is that he is going back out there. 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. One, two's in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Two-two's popped straight up and behind us out of play. We'll do it again, 2-2. Two pitch and the dirt, count goes full, 3-2. Three-two pitch is fouled straight back. Do it again, 3-2. Keenan Morris 2 for 4 tonight. going out to talk to his pitcher is the new Potter catcher, Aiden Chang. Crabs, after this game, are going to get on the bus and they're going to drive home. Not the best night to have a 3-hour-plus ball game, but if the Crabs win, it really won't matter. It's going to be a happy bus ride back to Arcata, even if the boys do get back home in the early hours of the morning. But they have to secure this win first. 3-2 is popped up. Foul territory, third base side. Third baseman racing over. It's going to fall on the tarp above us. Out of play, 3-2. If you're in the seating area here at McBean and you're hoping for a foul ball, there is a very minimal chance. Whole seating area is tarped off. It's good if you don't want to sit in the sun for 3 hours. Three-two in the dirt, ball 4. Keenan Morris doing what he does best, which is just get on base. Now I'll bring in Tyler Howard.
Now batting number 17, Tyler Howard.
Pitch to Howard. Misses up high, 1-0. In there for a called strike. And it's 1-1. One, check swing, but home plate umpire, we've called it a strike. It's 1-2. Runner goes, the 1-2 is swung on and missed. The throw down to second on a hop. Skips past the second baseman into right center field. Morris is going to head for third, and he's going to get in there. So strikeout, stolen base from Morris. And then, believe it's probably going to be an error. Guessing on the catcher, Chang. Allowing Morris to third. So after all that, runner at third with 1 out. That's going to bring in Cam Sewell. Crabs will take all the insurance they can get. Pitch to Sewell, low and outside, 1-0. The last few times the Crabs have had a lead late in regulation here at McBean, things have not ended well. Is low and inside, 2-0. The fans aren't happy, but technically that was the correct call, according to TrackMan. Inside 2-0. 2 games last season, the Crabs had a lead going into the bottom of the 9th, and they ended up losing here at McBean Stadium. The 2-0 in the dirt, 3-0. They were able to get a win on Friday in extra innings for the first win here in a long time. Now, can they finally hold on to a lead and get a win here at McBean? The 3-0 in there for a called strike, and it's 3-1. 3-1 is outside ball 4. Sewell works the walk. First and third, one out. That's going to bring in Adam Enyart. What a night for Adam Enyart. 5 RBIs.
Number 16, designated hitter Adam Enyart.
28 RBIs now on the season for Adam Enyart. Enyart, a ground ball, diving stop by the third baseman, throw over to first is wide, 1 run's gonna score, Sewell, he's gonna be waved around third, he's headed home, the throw in, gets away, 2 runs score, and the Crabs lead it 12-5. Now I think that's gonna be at least 1 RBI for Enyart. Morris scores. Sewell scores on the ball that got away. Enyart on that play got all the way over to third. The runner at third with 1 out. And Houston Hirschkorn in the box. Ball's in the dirt, 1-0. And that hits Hirschkorn right on the back. He heads down to first. First and third, 1 out. And that's going to bring in Jacob Pappas. Hirschkorn walking pretty slowly down to first. Hopefully he's all right. Sure that one didn't feel good. Things are pretty quiet here at McBean Stadium. And first base coach John Bryant is checking on Hirschkorn. Looks to be toughing it out for now. Pappas will step in. 2 runs in here in the top of the 9th. First and third, 1 out. 12-5 lead for the Crabs. Pitch to Pappas is fouled off to the right. And it's 0-1. A 1 misses up high, and it's 1-1. One pitch, and there for a called strike, it's 1-2. One-two, low and inside, and it's 2-2. Two, high and outside, count goes full, 3-2. 3-2 pitch, fouled, straight back to the screen. We'll do it over, 3-2. Three-two, outside, ball 4. Crabs keep this thing moving along. Load them up with 1 out. This can bring in Tate Medikoff. Hit a solo shot earlier in the game, and now Potter's coach coming out to talk to Xavier Maldonado. Take you through some scores from around Major League Baseball. No, wait, actually the Potters are going to make a pitching change. So bases loaded, 1 out, top of the 9th inning. Crabs lead 12-5. We're going to go back to the studio for a 60-second break. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, top of the 9th inning. 2 runs in for the Crabs here in the 9th. They lead 12-5. The bases are loaded with 1 out. And coming in to pitch from right field is Jake Lavin.
Now in right field for the Potters,
Ty Russell. Will be in right. Tristan Russell. Pitch is low and outside, 1-0. Tate Medikoff. No, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Low and outside, and it's 2-1. Two-one is popped up, out of play off to the right, and it's 2-2. An army of kids goes running after that foul ball. 2-2, low and outside. Count goes full, 3-2. Three-two, outside, ball 4. That's going to bring in a run, and the Crabs lead 13-5. I think the wheels have fallen off for the Lincoln Potters. Crabs have finally worn down their pitching. I mean, of course, they wore down their pitching when Potters had to bring in their right fielder to pitch. It's going to bring in Kavanasaurus. Pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. A 1 is a high fly ball out to left center field. Making the catch is Liao, and tagging up from third and coming in to score is Houston Hirschkorn, and the Crabs lead 14-5. Medikoff remains at first. Pappas remains at second. Two-way.
Number 13, shortstop Michael Barranco.
It's looking increasingly likely that this is going to be a very happy bus ride back home after this game. Mr. Prazo swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. One is a slow chopper down the first baseline. The first baseman gloves it, will take it to the bag himself, and that's going to do it for the Crabs here in the top of the ninth. They add on with 4 runs. They lead 14-5 as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Last chance for the Potters. You're listening to Humboldt Crabs Baseball, Humboldt's ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to Lincoln, bottom of the ninth inning. Last chance for the Potters. Your Crabs lead the Lincoln Potters by a score of 14-5. And guess what? Max Hippensteel is out for his 3rd full inning of work. And if he's able to close this game out, he would, I believe, earn a save because he pitched at least 3 innings. Due up for the Potters will be McGraw, Peniagua, and Sharp. There have been a lot of pinch hitters, so I just wanted to check and make sure those guys were still in the game. Crabs with the win tonight will win the series, and they will finish at 500 on the road trip, which, really, given the caliber of the 2 teams that they're playing and the way things went on the same road trip last year, I would call that a success. 100%. Pitches high and outside to McGraw, 1-0. This team has shown that they are not last year's team. 1-0, up high, 2-0. Keep finding ways to win throughout the league season. I mean, things could get very exciting in the stretch to see who makes the Pacific Empire League Championship game, but that is a long ways away. 2-0, swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Two-one, swung on and missed again. 2-2. Should the Crabs lock this one down, a huge credit has to go to both Cody Collins and Max Hippensteel. Two is swung on and missed. Strike three, one away. That breaking ball has just been filthy from Hippie so far tonight. I mean, David Zazueta, first 2 innings went pretty well for him, but then the 3rd inning kind of fell apart. He walked in 3 runs. Cody Collins came in and started to calm things down, even though he did give up 2 runs of his own. Then Max Hippensteel has been outstanding. Pitch is fouled off to the right. Out of play, 0-1 by Paniagua. Then, of course, obviously the Crabs offense. Adam Enyart, 5 RBIs. Tate Metcalf with a home run. One is outside, and it's 1-1. One pitch, drops it right in there for a called strike, 1-2. One-two swung on and missed. Strike three. Have a night, Max Hippensteel. 2 away.
And now batting for your opponents from the Woodlands, Texas, number
8
21,
strikeouts
Sharp.
in 3 innings. Domination. Braden Sharp will step in. Mr. Sharp swung on and missed, 0-1. Potters down to their last out. Oh, 1 in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One swung on and missed. 1-2. Potters down to their final strike. Crabs 1 strike away, 1 out away from taking the series here at McBean. One-two pitch, up high, 2-2. Two, fouled off to the left and out of play. We'll do it again, 2-2. Crabs dugout is ready to erupt. 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Gets away from Soares, nobody on base. Count goes full, 3-2. Three-two pitch, popped up, third base side, foul territory. Keenan Morris ranging over towards the dugout, and it hits the top of the Crabs dugout. Foul ball, we'll do it again, 3-2. 3-2 pitch is a line drive right to the second baseman, Hirschkorn, and that's the ball game. Your Humboldt Crabs take the series from the Lincoln Potters with a final score of 14-5. And what a huge series win for the Humboldt Crabs in league play. The bats showed up, and great pitching from the Crabs relievers, Cody Collins, but especially Max Hippensteel. 3 1/3 dominant innings. And this is huge. Last season, the Crabs went 0-6 on this road trip. This season, they go 3-3. A huge improvement. It shows how good this team can be. They've really showed how good they can be on this road trip. All right, the Crabs will head home, back to Arcata in just a little bit. Big thanks to Zach Rogers back at the Bi-Coastal Media Studios for working the board. We will be back Tuesday night, back home at the Arcata Ballpark at 7 p.m. Thank you, everybody, on this entire road trip, whether you've been listening on the radio or watching on the YouTube stream. This has been exciting. Cardiac Crabs baseball, Humboldt ESPN 107.3 FM. Good night, everyone.